Usagi, and I am here with more Final Fantasy 14 Endwalkies. So I managed to get in. I had to sacrifice to accept on my main, but I am in. I am on time. We are in the zone. I am looking at Estinian, and he is looking at me. So let's just hop right to it. For record, I have just completed the first dungeon and have gone no farther. So if you don't want to be spoiled and have not gotten to the first dungeon yet, this is probably not something you want to watch. And you can come back and watch it later. I will not be the cause of spoilers. But let us hop right to it. Carrying all those Mataga may have been the true struggle. Where's Ryanje? Nobody knows. Thangrid is rested and ready to set out. Had enough rest, have you? You never were one for being idle. Right. Barshan bade us come to Mega Duta at our earliest convenience. The others will join us there once they have finished tending to the prisoners. Ah, wait, on second thought, you and Estinian should go on ahead. I need to make a quick detour by the Great Work. We left Graha in the alchemist's care, you see. Best to fetch him before he's crammed into a specimens jar. Just you and me, then. The guardsmen at the gate should wave us through. Yeah, so I had to sacrifice being on Casa at all to just make sure I got in time. And I got in. It took me 2.5 hours to get in, which bodes exceptionally ill for Casa. But I made it on time for stream, so. I got kicked out of queue like 6 or 7 times, but every time I went back into queue, it was exactly where I had left queue. So there was that at least. I would still be trying if I got reset every time. That's double XP, baby. Oh, I'm not gonna get into this on time. No, we gotta stay focused. I have to. They're all gonna turn their shit in and it's gonna be over. Yeah. Yeah, so there's that at least. It's still frustrating, and I think if like you walked away while you got disconnected and came back too late, it would probably reset you, which is not ideal. So you gotta keep an eye on it on top of everything else. With the tower gone, I expect that the state of alert will be lifted. Ah, honored scions, you are free to enter at your leisure. As I cannot leave my post, I'm afraid you will have to make your own way. Should you require directions to the city, the sentry stationed at the fountain atop the steps should be glad to assist you. Though I have been at Razadhan before, this place is a veritable maze. Rather than risk getting lost, we'd best ask for directions from the sentry at the fountain. Lead the way, but don't expect me to act as your tour guide like certain others. Thanks, Estinian. How do I lose you as quickly as possible? If you're just gonna be a grumpy bitch the whole time. I will touch this rock. Ah, Mistress Sakali, I presume I understand you are here for an audience with the Satap. If you require directions to Mega Duta, I would be glad to provide them. The Satap's residence is situated in Dharma, the highest place of Razadhan. To get there, I would ordinarily recommend a route that takes you by the bazaars in the city's north. Due to the state of alert, however, most businesses are currently closed and the Aetherite disabled. As such, I will provide you with an alternate path. First, please ascend the steps next to the fountain, then continue left. There will be more steps, and upon ascending them, you will emerge on Paxa's path. Proceed through the large door on the right, and you will arrive at Ruvada Fibers. Within, you will find another sentry who will give you further guidance. In other words, we head up. Sounds straightforward enough. Oh lord. I do want to touch this rock, though. Yeah. Okay. I figured because I touched the little one, it would be okay. You just couldn't use them yet. But I was wrong. Oh no. Heading to Magaduda, are you? In that case, please follow this hallway to my right and go through the door at the top of the stairs. You'll emerge at the entrance to the airship landing, where another sentry should be on hand to assist you. Incidentally, if you ascend the steps to either side of me, you'll find the workshops of Retro Fibers. Though you're free to observe the artisans, take care not to lose your way. Gosh, I'm so excited to get here on my main. She's a big alchemist. There's so many screen caps I want to take. If you're here for an airship, I'm afraid all flights have been suspended until further notice. So the state of alert is still in effect. Perhaps it is for the best. That aside, we're not here for an airship. We have business with the Magaduta. Oh, in that case, permit me to direct you. From here, it's quite simple. Really, ascend these steps and then continue straight ahead and across the bridge. You can't miss it. I feel like I maybe could have figured this out by myself. Maybe. Oh shit, it's standing in a talking point. Let's go. I wonder if I have missed a bunch of talking points because I just went straight there. What do you think about this? What do you think about dodos? I remember passing by here with Varshan. The situation being as it was, he regretted not being able to show us the sights. Life has yet to return to normal here, but when it does, you ought to pay another visit. Though the city is confusing, the food is quite good. I'm partial to hamsa, myself. The meat's surprisingly tender and flavorful. Burb. Excuse me, everyone. Greetings and welcome to Magaduta. May I inquire after your business? We are members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, come at the invitation of His Excellency. Oh, of course, we have been expecting you. I will show you to your audience chamber. If you would please follow me.
Are we the last to arrive? I hope we've not kept you waiting.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust. Much better, thank you. Harness remedies are certainly potent, in more ways than one.
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
Valiant scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude. You cast down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence. No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales. Pray accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radzathan.
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the High Crucible of Alchemia. Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
We are humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Radzathan will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
Oh.
'Tis of no moment. A mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
Albeit brief, my involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man. Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply. And yet, you chose to live among men.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made. In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
'Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question. The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
Before his time still.
Nay. When war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company. He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift. Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydralin to whom you must look for answers.
Seek you to divine the will of this a tale which may afford you some small comfort. 'Tis a story from my youth, many, many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one? To which Midgardsormr did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope. He believed so long as Hydaelyn endured, so too might dragonkind. Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since. Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydaelyn does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
We must take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
Prithee, a moment.
I thought so.
There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor, 'tis thee.
Me it? Midgardsormr and I have crossed paths, yes.
I knew it to be so. From man and dragon alike have I learned of thine exploits. 'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgardsormr's trust. But alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread. For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, wheel enmeshed with woe. Amidst this tangled knot thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without surcease. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence. Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end. Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss. Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
Apologies.
This is
We
some
haven't meant to
ominous
interrupt.
shit. You better protect them. Step in the twins that are most assuredly not going to make it.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
'Tis I who must apologize. I have detained your champion overlong with idle chatter. Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
You've damned us all, Vitra, with your ominous words. Apologies again. I hope we didn't force you to conclude your conversation prematurely. So what were you and Vitra talking about? Nothing? Very well, if you say so. The others have gone ahead to the High Crucible. Let's catch up with them. Archons. Elfino has in mind to join the others at the High Crucible. The attendant was kind enough to give me directions to the High Crucible. First, let us return to the Mulberry Orchard. I understand the mulberries are for silkworms, grown a stone's throw away from the satrap's residence. It gives in the quintessential Thanarian flair, don't you think? Hello, Varkin! From here, we're supposed to follow the path left and past the mulberries. It is going. How is your weekend going? The word "yuge" apparently means bind in the local tongue, and this district is so named because it connects all the others in the city. If we manage to come this far, we shouldn't have trouble finding the High Crucible, or so I was told. Where the street turns, enter the door straight ahead, then descend the steps. I thought the Crystarium was confusing, but it doesn't compare to Razad Han. The architecture and decorations make it even harder to get your bearings. Anyway, let's see where this door takes us. Jill is good. I have just been sitting in a lot of Final Fantasy XIV queues and playing Final Fantasy XIV. Or trying to, anyway. It seems we're on the right track. And here's the Aetheryte Plaza. So far, so good, and there isn't much further to go. From here, we just need to cross the other side of the hall and pass through the larger of the two doorways. The High Crucible lies beyond. I suspect the others have already collected the warding scales. Come, let us join them. Oops. Yeah, it's been... Damn. It is... That has been a bit rough. For what it's worth... and it doesn't make it any less frustrating, and everyone is right to feel frustrated, but this is the highest amount of traffic that this game has ever seen since it launched, so... things are to be expected, but it is frustrating, and it's okay to be mad. Though this land hath been afforded a respite, in turmoil do many others languish still. Our work is far from finished. People just love this game, and with World of Warcraft on the decline, a lot of WoW players migrated here right before the expansion dropped, so they really didn't have any time to sort of adjust for this huge influx of people. And so they're just, yeah, there was the big WoW migration about 2 or 3 months before the expansion was to drop, and then the things, because of COVID, I can't remember what they're called, but the things that they needed to help the servers are actually in short supply, so they couldn't even prep the way that they needed to, because of COVID. So I know that they are trying their best, and then they will get things running smoothly as soon as they can. But it is definitely frustrating because you're just so excited to play. You took your time, got turned around. I take it. Shut up, Thangren. You don't know me. Look at this place. Oh, it's so pretty in here. Is this their big alchemist place? It must be. Oh, here's everybody. I am quite well now, I assure you. As they say, the stronger the taste and stranger the color, the more effective the remedy. With my body trying to replenish the aether I spent, however, I'm feeling rather famished. I think a sampling of local delicacies is in order. Hamsa cuisine would be a good place to start, perhaps. The students have previously turned to Razat Han's alchemists for help with the analysis of various artifacts. This is how I became acquainted with Nidhana, and I'm glad we could rescue her, and pray she makes a full recovery. Excellent, you're in time to hear the latest good news. What an immense laboratory! How many places were enlisted to help forge the warding scales, I wonder? We're the last, of course, but at least we found the place.
These are the talismans we were promised.
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for. Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper, and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations. Of course, we would need to consult with various Alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated. To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
We shall share the burden then.
Oh no, Bunny Butt's on a timer. So she does that every 30 minutes.
I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
Please, I must speak with you.
Oh.
Nidhana, you're awake.
Yes. When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption.
They're real cute.
It seems I'd been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come.
As you said, Nidana was captured only recently. Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough.
Uh-huh.
All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Thavnair from an awful fate.
Oh.
Yet who hath truly saved whom? Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy. Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
The talisman? Is this true? Oh, I was so groggy from sleep. I didn't even think to ask. Oh, our great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it.
Oh, I love her.
Look at that! Its color is completely changed.
What do you have there? How unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
You imply that it is distinct from ether?
Foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts. Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows. Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach. A gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions. Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate. The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion. As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities. That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
I really must hear more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest. But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research. Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
Nonsense! You have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
Shall we depart for Charlian then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the Annex.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
The last thing I remember before being absorbed into the tower was you rushing towards me. I can only imagine the hardships you and yours must have had to overcome to rescue us. No amount of words will suffice to express my gratitude, but I hope the flower's radiant glow says everything I cannot. $1,600! It's so expensive to travel these days. Alpha. It's good to be back with the fruit of our... Look at all these fucking carbies. It's good to be back with the fruit of our labors safely in storage. Look at them shaking their little butts. For now, we have but to wait for the others to return from their respective meetings with the Alliance leaders. As Thancred suggested, you should get some rest in the meantime. I'm like the only person that has changed their Carby into one of the Eggies. I have not seen a single Ifrit or a chicken nugget. There's another. They all kept them as Carbies. Not I. Chicken nuggies. That's what the little Titan looks like. He's a chicken nugget. Welcome back, Akali. Kryl has apprised me of your recent accomplishments. What an amazing feat to eliminate a tower and pave the way to deal with the rest. Well, it isn't much. I've changed your sheets and plumped up your pillow. After all, there's nothing like collapsing in a nice clean bed after completing a major milestone, be it penning a thesis or defeating deiform entities. So would you like to take a look at your new and improved lodgings now? Give me that bread. Oh, it's gray again.
Take heart and protect them well.
Good, you're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you? We've bought quite a spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
That's right. Alice also doesn't like pickles, and she's right.
Lest you wonder, we invited Estinian as well. But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Charlian cuisine is not to his liking.
Oh, I don't know about that. Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart.
What? To perfect his brooding stare? Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Charlian feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
An excellent idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
Poor Estinian, beset on all sides.
My cup is huge. My little fingers are gonna snap trying to hold it.
Speaking of one's physical condition, Mistress Quile, I hear you recently played literal host to Hydaelyn herself.
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done. If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since.
Hydaelyn instructed you to carry that flower, yes? Twill be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it? Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radzat-Han?
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt, the relief of a people with renewed hope.
Indeed, and in turn I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon and knowing we were on the right path. I know we've not yet triumphed over the Telophoroi, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans. But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day. Hey, that's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Jesus,
Only
Alice.
barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume?
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Or, to put it simply, you used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
Yes, well, after a fashion. They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Oh.
Graha, you're the fucking tallest one here. Literally. Shall we call it a night?
One last cup of tea, then. Dickens said this brew helps relax the mind before bed. And gave us some leaves for free.
Get out of my room. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace.
Ah! Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that.
Xeno's gonna wear me like a coat?
I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news. Our tower in Thavnir has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom. Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon ether. If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes questionable.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome. Honestly, talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
No. All else is... equal. Equally tedious. Equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke. But then came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot, enough to set my soul aflame. I basked in the afterglow, until the void yawned once more. And then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before. Burn. Burn. Let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
Me too.
How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence. Nevertheless, you are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable. You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed, all the faces incomplete. The setting, too, was unknown to me. so I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth. Much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too. Yes, I think that is something we can both enjoy.
Golly. All the minions. I hope you didn't mind us barging into your room for our late night feast. For what it's worth, it did me a world of good to put our troubles to one side, if only for a moment. Sound the bell, school's in. Oh, fuck yeah. Kryl and Rahatia were having a pleasant conversation until you barged in. Oh, there you are. Feeling refreshed, I hope. I was about to make my way to the studium, as it happens. I wanted to try and speak with Scholarak Montechenu and thank him for coming to our rescue in the Rostra. As it turns out, he'd come here to see us following the hearing, only to find that we had already departed for Thavnir. Knowing him, he was probably hoping to chew the cud with his former students. Since we're still waiting for Y'shtola and the others, I thought now the perfect time to pay him a visit. Care to join me? Then it's settled. The twins will be coming due, assuming Elfino can tear himself away from his new toys. I'll let you rally the troops while I'll go on ahead to the phenomenon. Considering my recent impropriety, perhaps I should avoid showing my face around the studium for a time. That might be for the best. If the others should return, tell them we will not be long. If Father can master these fiendish contraptions, then so can I. Heading out for a stroll? The Scholararch himself was here. In that case, what are we waiting for? I too am eager to see him, though I somewhat dread the thought of visiting the studium. I dare say your notoriety precedes us. Elfino of all people worrying over his reputation, and our alma mater no less. The wonders never cease. You'll understand soon enough. Off we go. Oh, it's a short walk. It'll be a 425 or 525 is the stick. Good God. A Russian spy. And we're in his CS NASA. There's a lot going on here. An undescribable amount going on with this man. See that sculpted picture above the entrance? That's the mark of Thalik, the scholar, bearer of the waters of knowledge. It's no exaggeration to say that Charlian itself is one enormous shrine to him, and that's especially noticeable here in the stadium. It feels like only yesterday that I first walked through these doors. Oh, there it is. Oh, I said this was like the Turks theme, but it's Cat Sith's theme from Final Fantasy VII. That's what it is. Kind of. Here it is. Phenomenon. Well, I expect you made note of it before. One can hardly miss it. This is the first time you've been here on official business, correct? While most of the space is taken up by the expensive auditoriums, it also houses numerous laboratories, testing grounds for experimental magics, and a host of administrative offices and so forth. In the center of what could only become, at the center of what would later become the stadium, it was established to promote the study of etherological phenomena, hence the name. Though with aether being a fundamental aspect of nature, its scope expanded to include every conceivable facet of life, and even the universe itself. And then, in the 432nd year of the 6th Astral Era, Phenomenon was decreed complete, and the studium officially opened as a place of learning. With a long and storied history, it is without question the world's leading authority in aetherology, the arcane, the occult, astromancy, the countless other fields, standing proud as Charlian's foremost educational institute. You always did enjoy giving the grand tour of your to new students. Indeed, I have long since lost track of how many times he has recited the same foppish speech, such is his undying love for his old stomping ground. He was of the top form back then, youngest to enter the studium, graduated with the highest honors in magical arts and aetherology, undisputed champion of the debating chamber. Hold on, you both joined the studium at the same age, yes? And from where I stand, you are equally prodigious scholars. Nice of you to say, but Alphino actually entered half a year before me, nor did I do well enough to graduate with honors, and I'm certainly not the studium's most notorious master debater. In all respects, have I ever been in his shadow. If nothing else, just remember that this is where the legend of Alphino Levier began. We should expect everyone to be fully aware of our recent escapades. Hopefully we'll be somewhat more welcome here than we were in the last stand. I know better than anyone the adoration the student body has for Alphino, and with a bit of luck, it might work to our advantage. Well, there's no time like the present. First things first, let's look for Scholarac Montechenu. Other facilities tend to frequent their offices, but unfortunately for us, he's fond of wandering wheresoever his whims take him. Let's split up and ask the students if they've seen him. That was Alphino Levier, wasn't it? The Alphino Levier. And he's with his sister and Master Baldician's granddaughter. This can only mean one thing. The event of epoch-shattering proportions is fast approaching. Spread the word. Script exchange. Oh, sorry, you said you were looking for the scholar, I guess. Knowing him, he could be anywhere, but Miss Elcapo should have a better idea. Script exchange. Just wanted to look. I'll tell you about it after my business with the Scholarac has concluded. The Scholarac? Tell me, my good fellows, does this have something to do with saving the world from catastrophe? Might we turn our attention to Master Levier's graduation thesis? I too have my doubts regarding our policy of non-intervention. Is it true that your experiences overseas are the reason you have incurred the ire of the Forum? Oh, what I wouldn't give to see you butt heads with those old codgers. Things were bad enough during our school days, and Alphino's time abroad has only heightened his fame. Or should that be infamy? He and his rivals and detractors, of course, though most of them gave that up after his adoring fans set upon them like ravenous dogs. Alphino, on the other hand, never paid them much notice. They were simply beneath him. Are you lost? Wandering off the street, perhaps? Wait, don't tell me. You're a trainee gleaner fresh off the guild ship. I'm right, aren't I? Oh, how silly of me. An orientation is in order. Ahem. Allow me to bid you a warm welcome to the Searcher's Meet. Let me start with the question, what is the most important thing you'll find in this studium? That's right, books. And what's the second most important? Why? That's simple. Everything else. That's what we deal with here in Searcher's Meet. Whenever the students or tutors find themselves in need of equipment or materials, they come to us. If we don't have it in our stores, we send the cleaners off to find it. Honestly, you wouldn't believe some of the requests we get. Eye of Pysa, this. Tongue of Giant Toad, that. It's enough to make your hair stand on end, which is possibly what some of our students are trying to accomplish, this being a school of magic and all. As our newest cleaner, you'll have your work cut out for you, but I think you'll find it quite rewarding. The only thing I'm interested in gleaning is information on the Scholarach's whereabouts. Oh, I beg your pudding? You're not a gleaner? Then this was all an elaborate ruse. No, wait, come to think of it, you never actually claimed to be one in the first place. My mistake. He was here, but now he's not. I did speak with him shortly before you arrived, though. He said he was on his way to Maker's Meet. Go back the way you came in and you'll see it on the opposite side of the entrance. It's a laboratory of sorts, home to many rare and expensive curios, not to mention alarmingly frequent accidents. If you lose your way, just follow the blood-curdling screams. In the time it's taken me to tell you all of this, the Scholarach has probably already left. Best of luck finding him. I have a feeling you'll need it. Yes, the Scholarach was here a short while ago. He offered me advice on my current research project. Though we spoke at length, I don't recall him mentioning where he was planning to go next. When we parted ways, he went down the corridor, perhaps to one of the auditoriums? Unsurprisingly, the Scholarach is not in his office. I did, however, speak with one student who saw him not long ago, so he can't have gone far. I found him.
Ah, I remember you.
I pray we have not caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
Well, I could hardly let that Inquisition go unchallenged. I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the Annex afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galuf and Louisoix in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you. I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the Forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye. You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Matoya's prize student. Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy. Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried. Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic.
I wonder if their skirts are tilted up like this, so when they walk, their knees and stuff don't clip through them quite so badly.
As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
How is that even possible?
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat. We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology. The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into three forms. Two are of the incorporeal sort, the soul and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third?
Don't ask Akali. Akali, don't look at him.
Yes, very good.
She wouldn't truly know that.
This is the form with which the layman is most familiar. Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities, and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked. Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it.
Welcome to the studium? No. I can't read yours in. That's an age. Pandem? I don't know.
Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
Oh, welcome to Heidelin? That's the only thing I could think it could be.
It would blot out everything that was written.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well. In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
The 7th Umbral Calamity.
Right. This is something that has not been talked about in a while. If you are a legacy player, this affects you a little less. If you are a legacy player that played in 1.0, Well, actually, we should start. If you started in El Realm Reborn and did not play in 1.0 and therefore did not fight in the Battle of Cartano, the warriors of light that were there before you have been forgotten, and they can no longer be remembered, and they died, allegedly, with Louis Soix. If you are a legacy player, and no one ever remembers them, and they are basically forgotten. We don't talk about them anymore, because now you exist. If you are a legacy player, though, you were there on the Battle of Cartano, and at the end of A Realm Reborn, everyone does remember you.
The people of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm. But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Also all of that.
Indeed. To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act.
It was a deliberate act. Louis Soix made sure everybody forgot.
The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Sharlayan prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation. Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process. A necessary evil. You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace?
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty. Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea. For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean. And our memories drift apart and dissolve, rather defeating the purpose, I suppose. But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
What happens after that?
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form. Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable. Well, I think that's enough education for today, now that I've given you some food for thought. Or rather, an entire banquet.
There are other things hinted here, things that are not about the forum's nonsense.
I would remind you that although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you. I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldessian, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend. Oh, and I suggest you speak with Ki Aliapo. She's well known among the artisans of Sharlayan,
and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits, wheresoever they may take you.
I'm going to open this in the hopes that it is better than the staff I got, but I have a feeling it isn't, because usually dungeon stuff is slightly better. You've been granted the run of Phenomenon, and if you are game, Kate Apple would like to put your artisanry to good use. So there was a couple of things that we gleaned from that, beyond forum stuff. Souls that have returned to the ethereal sea have all their corruption. This is just the Shire staff. Return to the ethereal sea, no longer blighted. Important. 2, there are things that you can still ascertain from memories that have remained etched upon skull. There are things you can still gather from souls, memories and information that have been etched upon the very soul itself. Some of my earliest memories are of Scholar Montague, actually. He was a close friend of our grandfather. He would come for tea and amaze us with his tricks, much like his demonstration with the paper and ink. He's a huge part of why I wanted to enter the studium in the first place. While Scholar Montague is best known for his role as head of the studium, he is said to be one of the finest mages Charlene has ever produced. Having seen for myself the ease with which he weaves extraordinary complex and powerful magics, I have no reason to doubt the claim. Kryl is still trying to digest a rather hefty portion of food for thought. Well, that's given me much to mull over. I feel as though we're one step closer to understanding the Forum's true motives, and the mysteries of life itself for good measure. It's funny, I came here with the intent of expressing my gratitude, only to leave more indebted than before. I have a feeling his friendship and support will be a great boon to us in the days to come. And on that note, let's head back to the Annex. Perhaps on the way, you could better acquaint yourself with Kit Alapa and as the Scholar Arc suggested, while I share our findings with Raha. Unless you make me do that, I will not be doing that. God damn it. Oh no, they're not gonna make me do that. Yeah, that's just for crafting stuff. Nothing to worry about at present. Estinian returned not long after we had departed for the studium. A shame that he missed the chance to attend our lecture with the Scholar Arc, or perhaps not. Having spent most of the time in Thavnir, I've yet to fully grasp the lie of the land here in Charlian. Even finding my way to the Annex proved a challenge. You'd better not let your guard down around Kit. One small favor becomes another, then another, and before you know it, you'll be running to the other side of the world in search for a bottle of wine or some other such rubbish. Then again, it might make for a welcome change of pace with your usual heroics. And as the scholar said, you could also lead to an interesting discovery. That is what I already fucking do. It seems I've done an adequate job of relaying Scholar Montague's lecture to Raha. Given his experiences in the field of souls and memories, he had no trouble understanding it. Welcome back. From what I hear, your trip to the studium proved most educational. While you were away, I received word from our fellow scions. As expected, news of the warding scales was met with much joy. Preparations are now underway to bring the leadership of the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance together to determine a way forward. Our friends have asked that we bring the scales in our possession to Limsa Lumensia. So the time has come to go on the offense. It's too early to say for certain, but that does seem to be the way the winds are blowing. I, for one, can think of no reason to oppose such a plan. But let's see what awaits for us in Vilbrand. Let's start by getting the scales out of storage. Give me a hand, would you, Estinian? I didn't realize these crates were so heavy. I shouldn't complain, though. Vitra and the alchemists of the Great Work put their heart and soul into each and every one of these scales, so you must treat them with the utmost care. Are you not coming with us? As much as I would like to escape the Forum's watchful gaze, I have little choice but to stay behind. We're already on thin ice, and if I, in my capacity as our official representative, were found to be consorting with foreign powers, well, you can imagine how that would go. I shall remain here and do my utmost to avoid ruffling any more feathers as I await word from Master Matoya and our other allies. With luck, we'll soon have good news of our own to share. The tide is about to turn. I can feel it. Talimsa Luminsa. If you learn aught of interest, be sure to let me know. In the meantime, I will do what I can to aid our cause, though I fear that will be precious little given the circumstances. It's a little risky to just go teleporting to Limsa, being as crowded as it probably is, but I will risk it. It's actually quite empty in here. I was told to expect you. As you may or may not be aware, the Admiral is at present entertaining the Elder Seedslayer and the Sultana. 3 of the most powerful women in the world in one room? Do you need a moment to prepare, or shall I show you to them? Usually, it's weird for the Sultana not to be in Ulda. She is always. You meet her in Ulda or Alamigo. My apologies for calling you away from Charlian at such short notice. On the contrary, we are honored and grateful, and presently surprised to be joined by such esteemed company. 'Twas only right that the discussion be conducted in person. We are locked in a war of attrition. Our forces struggled to contain the threat posed by the towers, and it is only a matter of time before we are overwhelmed. Victory will only be claimed through decisive action, and we have taken the initiative to set the wheels in motion. It is reassuring to learn that we are all of accord. But might I ask what your plan entails? It hinges entirely on the warding scale and our ability to utilize their potential to the fullest. During your time in Charlian, the allied nations have been engaged on separate fronts with no end in sight. To make matters worse, a surge of abductions of Kobold, Sahagin, Ixal, and Anata have given rise to an increasing number of primals as well. But your triumph at Razat Han has given us cause to hope once more. The time has come to free ourselves of this menace, and it is you, the scions of the Seventh Dawn, who have shown us the way. While the bulk of our forces will continue to hold the Telfori at bay, we will dispatch our finest to strike at the enemy's heart, Garlemald. These brave few will be the Ilsbard contingent. To think such progress has been made in so short a span. Its objectives are twofold. The first is to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. As previously reported, countless Imperial soldiers and civilians have been tempered. Robbed of their free will, they serve the Telefories every whim without question. They too are victims, and it is our duty to deliver them from their suffering, not for strategic or tactical gain, but because it is the right thing to do. I do not ask that we set aside the decades of conflict and conquest, that we simply choose to forgive and forget. I only ask that in choosing to remember, we do not also forsake our compassion and our morality, for without that, there can be no reconciliation, only death without end. Aye, on that we can all agree. Our second objective is the colossal tower that Thancred and Arianje observed in the capital. Though its purpose remains unclear, there's reason to believe the smaller spires are merely a precursor of what's yet to come. Until the Tower of Zot was toppled, we failed to make any headway, though the same could be said of the Telephori. There's certainly in no rush to press further into our lands. I'd wager the Spire's primary purpose is to divide and keep us occupied, while they work towards our annihilation. This would appear to be sustained by Yshtola's analysis of the Tower's influence on ethereal currents. Based on her objective inside the Tower of Zot, the Spires siphon aether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, they draw forth far more than is required for this task alone. The excess of aether remains unaccounted for, but we can be sure it is not being harnessed for our benefit. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if it was being redirected to the larger spire in the capital. There's a logic in that. Regardless, once we have uncovered the truth, we'll bring their schemes crashing down, along with their infernal towers. That's all well and good, but what would you have us do? I assume it's more than handing over the scales and being on our way. We want you and your scales to join the Illsword contingent. Considered an official request from both the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance. Do you accept? Perhaps you should be the one to answer that. For the people of Garlemald. Couldn't have put it better myself. Y'shtola, Thancred, and Arianje have already pledged their support and are on their way to meet the rest of the contingent. They were positive you would come to the same decision as they did. Luckily for all involved, their prediction was correct. Once you have delivered the warding scales to Alamiga, the contingent will embark on its journey to Ilzabard. Roban and Lord Emmerich are overseeing preparations, so I suggest you make yourselves known upon arrival. Pack warm clothing, furs and the like. Without it, the cold will do you in before the Telethori so much as draw steel. As for us, we'll keep the enemy busy while you're gone. They're not the only ones who can create a diversion. Now go safe in the knowledge Eorzea will be as you left it, or better, upon your return. How we get to Garlemald? Roban at the Alamigan Quarter. Game's not doing so good. Emmerich! Emmerich! It's me! Oh, fancy meeting you here. I trust our mutual friend is settling into life as a scion. Collaboration was never his forte. The moment the fighting ended, off he'd go, like a gale cat swept up in a strong breeze. But rest assured, he'll always be there when you need him. Probably. I love you, Emmerich. You're kind of all I have left at this point. If Emmerich asks after me, say I'm getting on fine, and leave it at that. Don't you dare breathe a word about the cord. Emmerich, Alvino, there's so many people here. I'll admit, this is all rather daunting. They're not quite in the way I was expecting. We'll be standing shoulder to shoulder with our alliance's finest, the best of the best, the warrior of light, and well, me. It's silly. It's silly, I know. Perhaps this is the is my way of distracting myself from the part I should be worried about, marching into Garlemald. I must quiz Thancred and Ariadne on the conditions we can expect in Garlemald. I know it's cold, but how cold? Well, I need to keep my ears covered. They're a bit sensitive at times. It looks like that's all there is, just Emmerich. You know, I'm quite looking forward to seeing who's been selected for the Ilfsbard contingent. I have a few people in mind. Care to make a friendly wager? Resistance guards. Yeah, it looks like Emmerich was the only big fancy boy name here, aside from the regular slams. The Wanderers return. You've been busy bringing down a tower and producing the keys to destroying the rest of them. You should be proud. Those warding scales of yours are what's made this whole venture possible. Will you and Lord Emmerich be leading the contingent? Regrettably, no. Our role is to organize the various delegations into a cohesive unit. Once we've seen you all off, it's back to our respective posts. We dare not neglect our duties for too long, lest our defenses efforts fall into disarray. And just between us, there was a fair amount of opposition to the formation of the Ilfsbard contingent. The very suggestion that we send some of our finest troops behind enemy lines to render aid unto Garleans has made me rather unpopular in certain quarters. Ha! Can't please them all. Sadly not, though I do my best. Truth be told, I'd much rather be at your side, charging into the fray. Alas, I've battles of my own to fight, where words may serve me better than any blade. I hate to say it, but Lord Emmerich's struggles mirror my own. For the time being, the best we can offer you is peace of mind from knowing Eorzea is in safe hands. And you fight the good fight in Ilfsbard. I and the other commanders will do what we can to convince the naysayers that our cause is just. Thank you, both of you. We meet again. No! No, 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 no! Why are you here? I'm so done with you. You are not one of our finest. Get the fuck out of here, Gaius. Ugh. This is absurdly depressing. Oh, we didn't put Gaius in the bingo though. I didn't put him in the bingo. Is he in your own personal bingo square? I know you even asked me to, and I was like, no, I don't think so. I do not think we'll be seeing him. You're not supposed to be watching you. Much has occurred since we parted ways in Werlet. From what I gather, the protective talismans you obtained led to the formation of this expeditionary force. My contribution on this occasion is but a minor one, being the information I have shared with Maxima. For the sake of the people of Garlemald, may the fates be on your side. So you're not coming with us. Strange, I thought you'd have a stake in this. Estinian, shut the fuck up. I do. The Telefori have laid waste to my homeland and enslaved my people. But though every mote of my being cries for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver it. My presence alone would place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Varus and plunging Garlemald into chaos. Were I to travel with the Ilfsbard contingent, it would give my countrymen ample cause to question our motives. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of a former legatus and attempt to raise me to a position of leadership, further destabilizing the region and complicating the contingent's mission. Whether I am branded a villain or hailed a hero, I would only hinder your efforts. Okay, this is the most sense. I understand Werlet is in your hands. I didn't like any of those answers, but at least we're not focusing heavily on all the bullshit of that questline. And I will defend it to my dying breath, and the sacrifices my sons and daughters made, I can do no less. I and the government of Werlet intend to offer refuge for those fleeing Garlemald, should that time come. We will be ready. Okay, this looks like as much as we will do to him. In light of Gaius' rather unique circumstances, I instead will assume the role of your guide. Though I may have defected for political reasons, my love for Garlemald endures. I would stop at nothing to protect her and her people. Well said. Might I ask you to escort our friends inside? You might even bump into an old acquaintance or two. And if I don't see you again ere you depart, may the Fury guide and protect you. All of you. I think my top, for sure, is going to be better than... what I got. What's this? 525? Yeah, I do think that the dungeon ones are better until the next set. So I'm just going to leave it there. I neglected to mention earlier that we received a report from our troops that may be of interest to you. While engaged with a lunar primal, a great worm swooped down from the skies and came to their aid. This worm, as described, was the splitting image of Tiamat, who it seems she too continues to wage war against the Telophari. Ooh. Maximo would have you meet your new traveling companions. The other members of the Ilsebert contingent are gathered in the royal palace. I shall inform them of your arrival, so make your way inside as soon as you are ready. I'm curious to who these are going to be. The only ones I can think of are like Holy Hope from Ishgard, or like Lucia. Maybe class trainers and stuff? Class trainers would be cool. Probably Fordola.
By the 12.
Oh, that little pirate bastard. The scholar trainer.
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose. We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Ilsebard contingent.
Holy shit. There's Artorial. That's, fuck, I forgot his name. Stefan. He's, the machinist trainer. You've got the Black Mages Guild. That's the ninja. Pippin's here. Alberic is the Dragoon trainer. One of the seeds there, Rhea O. No, Rhea's the girl. I can't remember the little boy's name. Lise. The pirate boy from earlier. Oh! It's the Bard duo! Oh, we didn't do the Bard story. But that's the two of them. I assume the Moderer trainer. And I saw the Scholar trainer too. I genuinely can't remember who he is. Where's Red Mage?
Which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades,
Lucia,
yourselves
yeah.
included.
Emma Land's one of Ishgard's finest.
Lucia.
You fucking kidding me?
I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. And for the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end. We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that, if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone! If I may have your attention. Might I ask you to speak first?
If I must.
Arun, that's right. Rhea and Arun.
I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian Delegation, here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer.
That he's going... He was so against leaving the forest and doing anything. I'm so proud of him. He's come such a long way.
We shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald. To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort.
I also got that wrong. That little Lalafell in green is the pugilist, not ninja.
Of course, with an experienced white mage such as yourself accompanying us as well, those requiring more involved treatment will be in safe hands. Raya O sends her regards, by the way.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
Yeah, I know you.
Wait, I know you.
Shut up, Graha.
The name's Sicard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten. Any road, the Admiral asked Captain Hillfear to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me.
You really got better from all those gunshot wounds he took.
Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughing stock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship. So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but the promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do. Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy. Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
Well, you're certainly raring to go. But then again, so are we. The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest. If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow. That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Tarapin and I will be leading from the front.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya, the Avatar of Destruction. With comrades like these, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us. And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead. Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabard contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require. The four high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission. Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Limpsa Lomitsa. There is another awaiting introduction.
Lord Emanolane?
Ah, yes. Emanolane de Forton, at your service. Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that. But, should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light.
You have not changed. You have in fact gotten worse. May your graceful prancing lead the way to victory.
Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Honoroa with my tales of daring-do.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea. Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Would that be the shinobi of Doma?
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
The Baduga.
Out of my way, you preening fool!
Oh, thank God. She pushed him.
Forgive us for coming late. We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
Ambrosia. That's the gunbreaker?
Cyrena.
Trainer?
And you've brought company.
For battle and blood we come, as a step is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach.
We didn't even get a tower, so we had to go find some.
But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy! Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the Steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
Oh, no, Fran. Obviously.
And the Bosnian resistance. Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamigo. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused. Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth. They're just people. No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Sid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders. Gaius bloody Balesar himself is working to help rebuild Whirlid, a nation he once conquered. So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy, but we're all determined to make this world a better place.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy. To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garland Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us, so it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
This feels so final, like we're near the end of the game, but I am level 82. 82 of 90. So many people to talk to. Start from the back. I am glad to see you well, Akali. Grandmother was worried for you. The night I agreed to come hither and join the contingent, the god sent her a strange dream. 2 suns, one burning red, the other frozen black. Closer they circled, closer and closer, and as they danced the world fell to ruin. In blinding chaos, she spied blackened silhouettes, and knew that at once that one was yours. Yet we knew not how to interpret this dream, save as a sign that the greater danger awaits. But whatever lies ahead, I will walk with you, traveler. I care not for the Iron Man or their troubles. It is the destiny of the weak to die in ignominy. Even so, I will do as I have agreed. I volunteered to join this band at Serena's request, and if she thinks it is a worthy cause, that is reason enough. Though we hail from different tribes, our bond has grown strong of late. She is much better company on a hunt than any of the steppes oafish men could dream to be. With the Mole, champions of the Nadam, and the Dothril, having sent so many here, I had thought to defend the steppe in their absence. And I would have done so were it not for my step-brothers. They urged me to grant our allies the sun's might, that his radiance may deliver them unto victory. Though I must tolerate the presence of the feral Dotharli dog, as first among my brothers, I could do no less than accept this challenge. My deeds will become the stuff of legends. This is extraordinary, to be in the company of the finest our allies have to offer. With comrades such as these, we are bound to succeed. I am certain on it. I was half expecting to find the man who taught me red magic amongst our number, but he is nowhere to be seen. I was expecting to see him too. I wanted Zerun. I suppose he's had his share of unpleasant experiences with the Empire, but so have we all. Perhaps there's some other reason. Well, in any case, I have a feeling I'll see him again once this is all over. I'm sure he'll be pleasantly surprised by how much my swordplay's improved since we last met. I did not expect to see the other former Dragoon here of all places. As he well knows, I'm not one for verbose greetings. We shall instead let our lances do the talking once we are on the battlefield. Then we'll see if the others have been diligent in the trading. We've been part of a joint military operations like this before, and with far greater numbers, but for some reason this feels very different to our previous experiences. Despite having shared little more than introductions, there is already a palpable sense of camaraderie. I know you! Oh, can I not talk to either of you? Is it because I don't really know you? It might be because I don't really know them. I'm not a bard. I can speak with Scholar Trainer and White Mage Trainer. Not the Black Mages. And not the Pugilist. But I've done Dragoon, so I can speak to him. Yeah, I can't speak with Stefan either. Wow, probably only the class trainers that you actually know. That makes sense, but it is sad all the same. In case you were wondering, Eshkiva will be staying behind to defend the 12 Spokes with my sisters. She was of the opinion she would make a useful addition to our contingent, and was eager to make good on her vow to accompany me as well, which was flattering, but ultimately it was decided that her skills would be better put to use keeping our homeland safe. I am of course obligated to share with her every detail when I return. Greetings, Akali. It appears that we both through and thought are needed here, and who embodies both as well as I. For the time being, my research to ancient Nim must wait. Until the Empire falls, Garleans were the only ones we were allowed to impose tariffs upon at sea. Weren't easy pickings, but I made myself a pretty gill. Since they've been so generous to me and mine, perhaps it's time I returned the favor and gave them a little something back. Often has Father told me of the struggles faced by Alamigo in the days of the occupation, and I too have crossed swords with the Empire on many occasions. Though Garlemald has been our bitter enemy, Her Grace has elected to bolster the Ilsbard contingent with members of the Immortal Flames. As representatives of the Sultanate, we are in one commitment to the cause. It seems so long ago we were sailing across the Ruby Sea and charging about the Azim Steppe with Serena and the others. I'd say we're overdue for another adventure. It brings back memories to see so many familiar faces. We've been through so much together, good times and not so good. I expect Garlemald will mostly be the latter, but I'd like to believe we'll look back on these days more fondly in the years to come. But for that to happen, we've got to make it out of this alive. Don't you die on me, I cast my lot with the Populares to bridge the divide between Garlemald and her territories, and that all may be united in common cause. But we were disparaged as a radical element, dissenters looking to destabilize the Empire from within. Many friends and even my parents perished in unfortunate accidents. I too would surely have met the same fate had I not defected. Nevertheless, I still dream of equality and peace for us all. As the world itself stands on the brink of collapse, I hold out hope that one day that dream will become a reality. Well, if I had known what a social gathering this would turn out to be, I'd have dressed for the occasion. Still, this seems to be the perfect opportunity to mingle with the other guests. Would I be correct in assuming those ladies over yonder, Serena and Sadu of the Steppe? Perhaps I should introduce myself, though. I don't much like the look of that fellow with the enormous axe. Well, let me have a look at you. A touch nervous to enter the battle, perhaps. Well, I'll be out there alongside you as a temple knight serving with your fine van. Though I may not look it, I was the Azure Dragoon once upon a time, so you can rest assured I will give all that I have in the coming fight. I certainly won't be shown up by you or Rustinian. I've close ties with the scouts of the Eastern Alliance and the various resistance groups, and they're about an absolute joy to work with. Blessed are we to have made countless steadfast allies, our journey's course, indeed. We are joined today by many new acquaintances, who in time shall come to call our comrades and mayhap friends. was half expecting this. Oh, I already talked to you. I know. I'm really sad that Red Mage Trainer isn't here. I've led troops into battle many a time, but never a unit with such a diverse range of talents. While I've been briefed on their capabilities, I expect you could provide additional insight into their strengths and weaknesses. I'd appreciate any advice you may have. Besides the delegates assembled here, the Amalja and several other tribes offer to send troops of their own. Unfortunately, due to their physiology, many would struggle to simply survive in the harsh climate of Ilsbard. They would also likely prove tempting targets for abduction by the Telewafri. All things considered, they can better aid the cause by bolstering our defenses than Eorzea, though their eagerness to do more has been noted. We few shall have to suffice. Ere we embark, we must distribute the warding scales to our comrades. Care to do the honors? Warding scales for the Ishgardian delegation, I take it? Many thanks. These talesmen may prove the deciding factor in the battles to come. I find myself conflicted by this foray into Garlemald, sent by the Empire to infiltrate Ishgard, only to throw in my lot with those secrets I was supposed to be stealing. And now I lead a mission to save the countrymen I betrayed. But this is doubtless why I was chosen by Lord Emmerich. He would have me put my extensive knowledge and former ties to good use. I will not disappoint him. For the future of Ishgard, Garlemald, and the world at large, I will lead us to victory. That a set of warding scales I spy. Not that I would know what they look like. Wow, look at these. Even a layman like me can tell they're bursting with ether. All the better to fend off tempering waves? Is that the right term? Anyway, these will give us one less thing to worry about, which just leaves the other mountain of whatever else is waiting for us in Garlemald. Only one way to find out, eh? And nervous or not, I'd march through all 7 hells if it gave me a chance to put Xenos back into the grave where he belongs. I hear you got something for us. Ah, them scales everyone's been talking about. Pretty little things, ain't they? Reckon they'll be worth a gill or two when this is all over, but we'll hold on to them for now. And one more thing. I know what you're all thinking. Why didn't they send Inziar instead? Buggered if I know. All the Admiral and Captain Hilfer told me was that they needed someone to help safeguard the future. And here I am. Can't say I haven't got a sense of humor. Of course, some of you might be wondering what good a pirate is on dry land, in the middle of the sodden snow of all places. Well, me and my crew do whatever needs doing, so let's set sail, or however the saying goes on the airships. Yes? So these are the famed warding scales. Enough for me and my men, I see. I, myself, am especially grateful for this opportunity to visit distant lands. I wish to follow in the footsteps of Master Aetoa and learn all there is to learn of this star we call home. Indeed, that is the primary reason why I volunteered to join the expedition. To journey outside the 12-wood, much less enter into Imperial territory, is a rare privilege afforded a Pagi. Not that I'm tagging along to see the sights. The Garleans would benefit from my healing magics, and as would our comrades, should fighting break out. We heard it would be cold in Garlemald, so we came prepared. Oh, the talesman! We are to keep these close at all times, yes? I will see that no one misplaces theirs. And before I forget, I have a message from Hien. In distant lands, in times of strife, together stand and together fight. In darkness shines the light of life. I hope I have done his words justice. Doma, much of Othard, has been plagued by the towers, yet while he could not be here, he wished to express his shared conviction. Hien and Yagiri labor without rest to unite the people, and with their aid will we keep the enemy at bay. And we of the Steppe and the Eastern Alliance will repay the efforts of ending this war. Do you have a boarding scale for me too? Thank you for this, and for going such incredible lengths for the sake of my people. Though I have little to offer in return, I would impart some advice, if I may. You have been told by many to wear the cold of Ilsbard, and I cannot stress this enough, and is no token warning. I will be distributing specially made warming tinctures, courtesy of the Alchemist Guild, but understand that they are no substitute for proper protection. I leave the provisioning of said protection to your discretion. Now, let us proceed to the Alamegan Quarter. While you make your final preparations, I will have the pilots ready the airships. Concoctions to fortify the flesh against wind and cold are commonly sold in Ul'dah's markets, though they are of dubious provenance and efficacy. 'Tis said, however, that in recent days the Alchemist Guild hath produced a tincture capable of such a feat. Mayhap the achievements of their Thanarian counterparts did spur them into action, and they not be put to shame. It is something of a constant refrain that we require warmer clothing. My present garb may be lacking, fur or collar notwithstanding. The coat is quite warm, but I have something rather thicker for occasions like these. There's no telling how long we'll be out in the open, and we can't go starting fires willy-nilly if we want to avoid detection. Do I actually have a warmer outfit? We'll never know because I can't apply glamour plates. This is our last chance to make ready before we set forth. You needn't worry about Arianje and I. We still have what we wore in Garlemald before. Estinian claims to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armor, and since he spends a fair bit of time up north recently as well, I have no reason to doubt his words. Most of the others will be borrowing the Grand Company stock. The rest of you should do likewise. I suppose, provided you're not overly concerned with the style. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I wouldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. If only I had time to find something to my liking. Hark! Is that the cry of the scions in need of a tailor, I hear? But how? I have my own ways. Oh, yes, indeed. You thought you could sneak off to Ilsebard without telling me. Ha! Nothing escapes my notice. Now you will wear these garments I've made for you, whether you like it or not. You never cease to amaze me. But why do you need a new outfit as well? Wait, are you coming with us? What? No, of course not, silly. It's all in the name of fashion. Rather, the pursuit of highest quality fashion. Besides, how can I expect others to wear my creations if I've never worn them myself? I did have one thing to share. Agrumus and Bolueda have finally returned from assignments in faraway lands. They'll be staying at the Rising Stones for a while to keep an eye on the events unfolding. Since they'll be running things back at headquarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand in Sharlayan. Why not? You can keep Kryl company in the Baldician Annex. Yes, we'd love to have you there, and I heard Agrumus and Bolueda did a fine job carrying on in our stead while we were lying comatose. With them in charge of the Rising Stones, we have nothing to worry about. My thoughts exactly. Also, while I'm confident you won't go collapsing again, because certain someone who shall remain nameless isn't in a position to transport your souls into another world, if anything similarly disastrous were to happen, I'll be well positioned to do something about it. Anyway, I've got a few things to take care of, and then I'll make my way to Sharlayan. I really hope these new clothes are enough to keep you warm in Garlemald. It's not much, but it's the only thing I can do for you, other than pray for your safe return, which I will, every day. Let's not keep the contingent waiting any longer. Here are your winter woolies, handcrafted by yours truly. Oh, it's cute. Hold on. We gotta glamour this on, and we gotta dye it. Tataru made it for us, and we are gonna put it on our bodies. I didn't have a warm outfit. Okay. And I got a diet purple. There. Now we can continue the main story quest. Oh no. Tataru is desperately trying to retain her composure as she prepares to see you off on another perilous journey. I'm told the airship pilot has been sent to meet you. Ah, there he is. Alright, this is where we say go our separate ways. Do be careful, won't you? Ooh, a duty. It's an honor to finally meet you. We of Garland Ironworks will be ferrying you and your contingent across the mountains into Garlemald. For many of us, it will be something of a homecoming. Our illustrious founder was only our most notable Imperial defector. For that reason, the company is committed to the success of this expedition. The resources at your disposal, and if there is aught we might do to be of further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. If you are ready to depart, I will ready the engines. Upon boarding the airship, several cutscenes will play in sequence, and it is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. In addition, you will be required to participate in battle. Your progress will be saved at certain points. In the event that you are defeated, you will be able to try again and from the most recent of these. Please note that if you enter the battle associated with other quests or log out from the game, this progress will be lost. Here we go. Oh, are the clouds gonna finally part?
Ilsabard, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly? On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius, the winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party. They have sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they are led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the First.
From what I recall, the Third Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus' death.
I'm so excited for Garlean lore!
The First, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
Oh.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald, the very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment? Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into two groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies. As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
Oh, he's in the Boja crew.
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Ishtola always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks.
We need to use different terminology.
All right. Once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's Magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. The blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
Oh no. Assuming there's nothing else you wish to confirm, we may commence with the mission as soon as you are ready.
Keep your wits about you.
It's time. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
What do you want me to do, Thancred?
Seven hells.
Oh, I see what I was supposed to do. Well, I should have read all my things. I never learn, actually. I have to wait for this man to come back and then go. Okay, I gotta wait. Okay, I understand. Oh. Ooh.
Seven hells.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
Oh, this is a fucking disaster for me, actually. I just gotta start knocking people out, I think. Ugh, not like this, though. I think it's gonna go. Once it goes, I can throw a bomb at the dogs. That might have been too soon.
Damn, spotted.
I thought I was doing a good job. I have to wait for this other robot to go. I kinda wanna get rid of this dude, but I... Ooh. Okay, go here. Got it. I just take this thing out. Nope. That would
Must be losing my touch.
incorrect. I didn't think you could take the robots out, but imagine if you could. I should just left it alone. Well, now I know better. Oh, well. What up? Stupid.
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now, if they haven't already. Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right, but... Wait! Something's coming!
Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
Fighters! Protect the others!
That's right, I have new holy. Glare 3. Oh, what does that look like? Ooh.
A brief respite, but stay alert.
These images are so cute.
Keep the carriages safe.
Oh, assist Emmelian's troops. I'm just standing here doing nothing. That's what I thought.
What impeccable timing! Fear not, friends! The savior of Ishgard is here!
I hate him so fucking much. I feel like that scene from Lord of the Rings where
A fine display, but the other carriages are still in danger.
where
Go on
Faramir
ahead.
says
We'll
to
hold
his
the
father,
line.
I see now that you wish our places had been exchanged. I had died and Boromir had lived.
We're the only ones still struggling!
And I feel exactly that when I look at Emmelian Archibald's dead. I wish he had died.
I've been itching for a good slap.
Am I gonna have to deal with this thing? Yeah, okay. Are we standing?
You lot alright back there?
We're fine. I'm ready for more.
Hear that? Get to the front and turn the tide!
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal in time.
The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
That I did.
We say like he had that much of a choice. Oh, what can this woman do? I'm so excited.
That's Vergilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
There's no end to them!
I was wondering when you'd turn up. There's no stopping us now. Come on, let's show them what we're made of.
We have them now! Forward!
Let Pippin speak.
Right! Let them have it!
As a raging bull!
Oh, there he is. Now he's talking. Attack with him!
That's her! Vergilia!
Do not fall behind!
That's a tank buster, Lucy. Well, not let me heal. Oh. There we go.
Die!
Magna, get over here and fucking help me. He saw that I was having a situation. I was like, that's not my problem.
Tremble before the sun!
May your screams fill the air!
Oh, I can't heal those. Okay.
A worthy adversary! Rest, recover, reclaim yourself. Then we will fight again, to the death!
Sadu Hatun!
It's not gonna happen, man.
That was the last of them. The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan?
I'm glad that Serena has given up on,
but not outmatched.
On Hien.
Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades.
And has now a new girlfriend, who's Sado. And I think that's a good. That's a good
soon
match.
we shall arrive at the capital.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain. "800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kavosi, after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth, freezing, hungry, desperate, hated. The chosen forsaken. In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solace single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution. How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum?
Helpst.
Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks?
Emmett sounds so proud of himself.
Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed. Bitterly so.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
Her buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
Does Garlemald have its own? Are they in the others category? Oh, no. It's part of oh yeah, Elzebart. That makes sense. Shouldn't be long before we have a half-decent camp with so many helping hands. I was concerned the snow might hinder our progress, but our Ishgardian friends are used to working in conditions like these. In spite of the obstacles we faced, our plan proceeds apace. Just a little farther and we'll reach the capital itself. Still, we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. As soon as the camp has been made fit for a purpose, we are to discuss a course of action with Lucia. Would you mind asking your Stolen Graha to join us in that building in the northeast of the camp? Elzai and I would meet you there. A meeting? Yes, I'll make my way over once my head is cleared. In truth, I've been feeling out of sorts since we arrived. The air is thick with palpable aura of malevolence. 'Tis the monstrous tower on the horizon, jagged, hideous, unholy. Even at that distance, its presence is overwhelming. Much like the sensation I felt in the Tower of Zot, only far more terrifying. Aether flows unceasingly towards it, converging into a swirling mass of unfathomable power. For a blessing, the constant chill in the air is helping me anchor my senses in the here and now. Tell the others I shall be with you in a few moments. You will be pleased to know that most of the Tempered have been quartered inside the building nearby and are receiving treatment as we speak. I do, however, feel no small amount of guilt for commandeering civilian homes. The occupants may be long gone, but everything is exactly as they left it. Considering the length of time that has clearly passed, one would expect to find them ransacked. Strangely, there are no signs of anything having been stolen. It's possible that everyone fled at the first sign of trouble, though it seems to me they left far more useful possessions behind. Aye, although there is no conclusive evidence, I strongly suspect they were tempered. Sorry, I was merely speaking aloud. You mentioned a meeting? I will make my way there. Virgilia is in our care, along with the rest of the Tempered. Glory to Garlemald! Glory to Garlemald! They still whisper in their sleep, even as they writhe in pain. Robon taught me a lot about the military strategy during exercises in the fringes, coordinating units in wildly different capabilities, surveying and searching hostile terrain and that sort of thing. Now I have a chance to put his teachings to practice. We've asked the Ironworks members and some of our other comrades to stay with the airship. In the event that we are discovered, we must be ready to move. Them into swiftly to a safer location. All that remains of Laterium. Homes become empty husks. If this is the state of the outlying village, as I dread to think what has become of the capital. The Tempered soldiers are sleeping soundly while they undergo treatment. There are too many to attend to at once. But I and the other healers will see to all eventually. Hell's bells, this place seems bloody freezing. Rather to be tied to a top mast in a storm than suffer this cold any longer. Anyone care to spare a swig of rum? That'll sort me right out. Thank you for informing the others of our meeting. When everyone is here, we will begin.
Our present situation is as follows. Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city. For therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroid's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers and their ministrations. Of course, I will require a porxie of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the Tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with ceruleum heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is, the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinists will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telophoroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmatian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
Twould be my honor to be of service. Though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That leaves us with guard duty.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rhine. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields.
If there are any survivors, we will surely find them.
I have faith that you will, and look forward to greeting you on your safe return. You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
Oh, what that Garlean Legatus up and running. I want to learn so much. I never thought myself much of an explorer, though I suppose my adventures have taken me to all sorts of strange and distant places. With that in mind, traversing an ice field should be a simple feat. Gods be good. If it's this cold with Tataru's clothing, I dread to think how we would have fared without it. I must remember to thank her when next we meet. It makes me realize, too, that while the people of Garlemald have spent their whole lives in conditions like these, even they'd be hard-pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes. If there are any survivors, we must find them, and quickly. Himalayan is, as usual, milling about aimlessly. What ho, chums? Have been given something to do, have you? As it happens, I too have been ordered to make myself useful. Sounds like a rather tall order. Since you ask, where to scour the Elben Rhine for survivors? What? Wander around ice fields on the off chance you'll find someone. It'd take forever to finish the job without the benefit of my expertise, or more specifically, my telescope. Come, friends, I know just the spot to begin our search. I'll probably regret this, but we may as well humor him. A cerulean sprite. Oh. Out of my way. The few buildings I can see don't appear to be residences. They may still warrant investigation, though. I'm surprised by how many wild beasts are roaming about the place. Perhaps now that the soldiers have gone, they're free to wander and forage as they please. I spy with my little telescope a massive sheep thing. Maybe it's a cow. No, not what we're after either way. Is that an ether current? Ah, no, it's just a wind sprite. Other than that, it's all snow, snow, snow. But lo! What do I see over yon hillock? There's no mistaking it. That's a girl. A survivor? Show me. Over there, behind that tree. It looks like she's running away from something, though surely not us. She wouldn't even know we're here unless she had a telescope like mine. All I can tell is that she's wearing a pale green dress, a rather fetching one at that. She'll be long gone by the time we get anywhere near, but we should be able to follow her footprints. I'll let Lucia know where you're heading. Oh, and take these warming tinctures with you. Oh no. The poor girl must be chilled to the bone, if not on the verge of freezing to death. That's actually very thoughtful, thank you, but won't you need some for yourself? No, I'll be fine. A man of chivalry, my honor demands I do no less, and lest we forget, the very reason we are here is to protect those in need. Now go and Godspeed. Ooh. Ah, bitch. I was trying to avoid this very situation. My chocobo's of course gone, now that I'm finally in a battle. Footprints in the snow. That's a Shiva song. A trail of fresh footprints led east. Look at that thing! What is that thing? Is that an earring? I must know. No, it just looked like that. That's just a regular ass mob out here. These footprints appear to be the same as those you saw previously, and they lead towards the building. We're getting closer, I'm sure of it. At first we thought she'd gone inside the building, but the door doesn't look to have been opened in some time. She might still be nearby, so we'll just keep looking around here. Then again, it's also possible that she ran right past this place. Would you mind searching up ahead? The girl in the green dress anxiously surveys her surroundings. Were you to call out from her from a distance, it might attract wild beasts to your location. It would be safer to get closer first, but you must do so without drawing her attention. Yes, let's scare the shit out of her instead. Follow the girl from a safe distance. The objective will end in failure if you are noticed. Make use of cover, such as rocks, to approach her without being seen. Similarly, the objective will also end in failure if you fall too far behind. Should you fail to complete the objective, you may try again by returning to the designated location. We are way too close to this chick. Don't blow it for us, Shoebill. That's not good. Oh my god. God, fuck. This stupid monster ruined everything. I was fine. I actually thought I positioned myself okay. Oh well. We simply try again. And then she books into a run again, I think. Yeah. Better to go around the rock this way, I think. To lessen our chances of, I gave her too wide a berth and attracted those monsters. I also just almost walked into her line of sight. Okay. It's better to do it this way. She's probably gonna run again. That was a good call. Okay. Yeah, still in one piece. Who are you? Stay back! The house is packed with explosives. Take another step and I'll blow this place sky high. Please, we just want to talk. I'm Alphino, and this is my sister Alize and our good friend Akali. We've had no intention of hurting or taking anything from you or anyone else, I give you my word. We and our comrades have come to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. Aid? You savages are the ones responsible for all this. You did this to us. Well, we didn't, I promise you. One of the reasons we came was to find out what happened here, in fact. The Telefori are the ones to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to Garlemald, and they won't stop until they've destroyed the entire world. They're the enemy, our enemy. On our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who had been made their thralls. Those poor souls are now in our care, and we're striving to cure them of their affliction. You're the first person we've met who wasn't already enslaved. How are you able to escape the Telefori's influence? Are there any others like you? Sorry, I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's start with introductions. Can you tell me your name? Hey, my name is Licinia. As for how I managed to stay sane, I've been asking myself the same question ever since that night. And the roar, that terrible roar, and the screams? I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure. I can't remember. Then came the silence, and everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare. I thought that maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. If your hells are real, I saw one that day. I ran past fiends, I ran past friends, people I'd known all my life, eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. Others were mad and violent. I saw them struggle with soldiers, but didn't stay to watch. I fled as far as my legs would take me. Do you have family here? Is this their home? No, this is Victor's Spoils, a mansion for retired soldiers. Or it was, but now me and a few others are, borrowing it. As for the explosives, I was making that up. I just wanted to keep everyone safe, and I didn't know if you were... The truth is, our supplies are running low. You said you're here to help. Can you? Of course, whatever assistance we can provide, we will. Thank you. I'd better tell the others first, though. Wait here. This is everyone. Lucina says you can be trusted, but these are desperate times. We'd be fools to let foreign troops in our home. Having said that, we're here to provide us with means of heating the place as a sign of goodwill. Perhaps we could take you at your word. If that is too much to ask, then leave us be. Time to put my firewood gathering skills to use. Could you provide the spark with a little magic, Alize? Well, we'll have a fire burning in no time. Maybe you build it under that gazebo. The what? Oh, you mean the bower? Yes, that will do. I don't know if I trust this woman. Lucina's inner turmoil is writ plain on her face. Sorry, I was finding it hard to come to terms with all that's happened. Now that you're here, though, I'm hoping things might change for the better. You know, I've worked up quite a sweat from all the running about, so I'll leave space around the fire for the others. As you can tell, they're in a far worse state than me. We were planning to look for somewhere warmer with more food, but they're not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health, which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help them? Oh, it's a radio. That's what I was hearing. What they need most is a decent meal. We food back at the camp, but there's the distance to consider. All's well, with food in my belly and a song in my heart. I can feel my fingers again. I can treat their frostbite and their wounds, but it will take time for the fire to do its work. Now would be a good occasion to make use of Himalayan's tinctures and the ones that can warm the body from the inside out. Would you make sure everyone gets one? The numbness is beginning to subside, though I suspect once the fire dies it will return with a vengeance. Warming tincture? I've never heard of such a thing. No harm in trying. But tell me, have you heard out of the city? Though calling it seems absurd after what's happened. It's nothing but ruins now. The few buildings still standing offer no more than meager protection from wind and snow. Food production, water purification, the magitech that sustained us has come to a grinding halt. What machina that remains operational cannot be run for lack of ceruleum. Of course, Cerulia Lingens is full of the stuff for all the good it does us. No one here knows the first thing about extraction or refinement. All is well. Yes, never better. Oh, what sweet liberation is this? Is it poison by any chance? 'Twas a joke, just a joke. If I laughed, 'tis that I may not weep. So said the poet. And alas, my tears would freeze on my cheek ere they fell. We are the blessed damned to bear witness to the fall of the great empire, while our brethren lie dead, or live as puppets of flesh. First come the war, then come the roar. When morning came, Garlemald was no more. In a cacophony of gunfire, explosions and screams was our beloved capital razed to the ground. From the rubble rose the devilish remnants, their lavish finery caked in ash as they shuffled mindlessly towards the palace, each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, an offering perhaps to the architect of our destruction. A hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. But I knew better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my health, if not my conscience, conscience persevered. Now I can't wait. Now I wait with my fellow cowards for our final judgment. What do you want? Tincture. May as well drink it, I suppose. It's a radio. You don't have them where you come from, I take it? We use them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great distances. There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular. Made with quality components crafted with one of the finest ore. Sourced from Locus Amorinus, it is. Not at all useful since the capital fell into ruin. The people at the broadcasting station must have either fled or ended up like all the others, because all we've been hearing is the same music being played over and over again. Home Beyond the Horizon, an ode to the brave men and women sent to reclaim our ancestral homeland of Locus Ammonius. We may have found an empire in these frozen wastes, but we always hoped to take back what was ours. 'Tis a solemn reminder that though we must suffer great hardship, better days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe that Emperor Varus yet lives, and that he speaks to us through our radios. It was a cunning strategy, faking his murder. If must have foreseen the catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself, that he may one day make his triumphant return. Yes, yes, I'm sure of it. Emperor Varus would not be defeated so easily. Oh, it is sad here. What's that? So this is what you gave the others. Thank you. I'll save it for later. Actually, I have a few things to ask you. Are you part of the group staying in the Lanterum? I saw Legatus Vigrella's troops heading towards the Magna Glacies a few days ago. Are they the ones you encountered? Camp Broken Glass, you call it. And Virgilia and her men are all there now. So how did you reach Magna Glacies? Did you cross the mountains on foot? Airships. And there might be a way to. Ninja, where is everyone? Is something the matter? A voice from inside, you say? You must be imagining things. Everyone's out here. Perhaps baby Almasty has found its way into the house. It wouldn't be the first time. Without the soldiers to scare them off, wild animals have been roaming closer to the settlements. Some have been known to attack people, too. I've just an idea. If you and yours are strong enough to defeat a Legatus, then surely a few beasts wouldn't pose a threat. If you have a mind to continue helping us, perhaps you could head to the other side of the lake. There's a small group of trappers living there, people whose job was to extract ceruleum. They still do, from what we can tell. I've already tried asking if they would share their fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange, lots of food, but that's not something we don't have and can't get on our own. On top of that, to even reach the den, we have to make our way past all those creatures. Would you be willing to go in our place? We need only enough ceruleum to last until the others are strong enough to travel to your camp. If the offer still stands, that is. Oh, and I don't expect you to give up your own supplies, but there might be another way to pay the tappers. If it's ceruleum you need, then ceruleum you shall have. Thank you so much! To reach the tapper's den, you'll have to cross the lake. The ice is thick enough to support a person's weight, but if you'd rather not take the risk, you'll need to take the long way around. Finding the entrance can be a bit tricky too, so it's easier to just look for someone standing guard outside. However you decide to head there, please be careful. So the capital's behind, yeah. I can't stop thinking about that one guy who's like, Emperor Varus is surely alive, and he'll come back and stop all of this from happening. Just feels bad. Who goes there? How did you find us? What do you mean I stand out like a sore thumb? If the purebloods over at Victor's Spoils haven't given away our location, you'd have never found us. Those stuck-up assholes thought they could come waltzing in here demanding ceruleum with nothing to offer in return. Looks like the boot's on the other foot now that the capital's gone to shite. So, they've resorted to sending you to negotiate? I know your game, Sellsword. If you think we'll give in to intimidation, you've got another thing coming. Oh, that's not how I wanted to resolve this. Guess I killed them. There you are. Just after you left, Licinia asked me to go and catch up with you in case you needed a hand. Someone must have let it slip that I've a little experience in transporting barrels of ceruleum. So this is the tapper's den? Well then, after you. Did I just kill them, dudes? Who are you? What happened to the guards? Eorzean rebels here to save the people of Garlemald? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why in the hells would you pass up this chance to put those Imperial bastards to the sword? Let me guess, none of you are Garlean. You were brought here from other lands. Garabania, Youngsha, Boja, Dalmasca, to name but a few. Some dragged here against our will, others fed bullocks about a better life, all put to work extracting ceruleum. All given the esteemed title of On, placing us firmly on the bottom rung of the ladder. But the old hierarchy means nothing in the new Garlemald, says we. About the only thing that's escaped more or less unscathed is ceruleum ingots, still sustaining us, even with our paymasters out of the picture. We hear you're experts in drawing up ceruleum from the bottom of the lake. But how can you do that if it's frozen over? Wouldn't you like to know? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. At any rate, it's not as if ceruleum is used much these days, what with the city in ruins. We take enough to power our heaters and save the surplus for later. And no one helps stave off the cold. It does sod all about our hunger, unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent we've got ceruleum by the barrelful, if they're interested. We'll exchange it for whatever provisions they're willing to spare. We can certainly ask, but if you're all free to go now, why carry on living here? Free to go? Go where? Even if we managed to get back to our homelands, there'd be nothing left for us, thanks to the Empire, and the knowledge and skills we acquired working here would be practically useless outside of Garlemald. So, we're staying for the time being. As long as there's a need for ceruleum, we'll find a way to get by. Even if the Garlemald we knew is as we knew it is gone for good. Gone for good. Regardless of what Elizabeth contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many, that would be cause for celebration, while for others, their whole way of life would be turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed in the Empire's name, perhaps it is for the best that it is co-signed to history. But what of the ordinary people? Their lives, their stories, should they be forgotten too? I suppose there'll be plenty of time to ponder that later. For now, let's see about getting some ceruleum. Jarak is amenable to making a deal. So you've come seeking ceruleum, have you? What? Those purebloods up at Victor Spoils sent you? To turn to their enemies for help. They must be more desperate than I thought. Then again, Lucina's got her little sister to think about. A sister, but we only saw Lucina and 3 men. It's possible she died from whatever is ailing her. If she needed treatment, I doubt there'd be any way to get it around here. I may have refused Lucina at first, thinking she'd come back with something to exchange, but I can spare them a bottle's worth of ceruleum. Consider it a reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent. Be sure to send them our way, you hear? I can't for the life of me think why Lucinia would keep her sister a secret from us, but we can ask about that after we've delivered the ceruleum. Come on, let's hurry back. I can't get over that we're in Garlemald at level 82. It just doesn't. I thought this would be like 87, 88. We finally make it to the Garlean Empire. '82 though. Oh yeah, we gotta go around these icy mountain things. Horse. Runaway train. This isn't right. It's too quiet. I would have thought Alvina would still be treating them by the fire, but they're nowhere to be seen. I'll look inside the house while you search outside. They can't have gone far. Oh no. What has happened here? They asked me to help carry supplies, but when I followed them back here, they attacked me. Caught off guard, forced me to defend myself, and I fear they fared rather worse than me. You can't fool us. We know what you're about. Vultures, that's what you are, waiting in the wings for us to show weaknesses. Then you swoop. Here to help would rot. All a ploy to make us lower our guard, let you in, put ourselves at your mercy, put us in chains, steal our lands, get your revenge. You're wrong. That's not what any of us want. Save the arguments for later. We've got bigger problems. I found empty medicine bottles on a bed that was still warm. It's true. Lucinia was hiding her sick sister inside the house. But now there's no sign of either of them. Where are they? Where did they go? Away from you and yours. And if you think I'll tell you, you're a fool. I'd never give up my people. We're trying to help them, you idiots. Her sister's ill. The empty bottles prove it. So the medicine ran out. Or she put it in her pockets to make it easier to carry. Or to avoid the sound of clinking glass. There are beasts everywhere. How could you let them go alone? To protect them from you! You invade our homeland, taint it with the same sorcery used to slay our countrymen. A Garlean should sooner die than suffer the insult. Better for them to flee, keep their purity intact, than be corrupted by your vile magics. We were waiting for a chance to free them, since the moment you arrived. This is getting us nowhere. I cannot say how Lucina and her sister will react when we find them, but find them we must. Go on without me, both of you. I first need to tend to my injuries and theirs. I will join you in the search after. Be careful, all right? We'll do our best to find them quickly. There's only one path out of here, so that's where we'll start. Two sets of fresh footprints. Young women, judging by the size. This is definitely them. Come on. The trail stops at the frozen lake. Perhaps they chose this route so not to leave footprints. I can't think of any other reason. Look at this place. It's crawling with beasts, and I can only imagine how hard it must be for her ailing sister to cross the ice. We could really do with Alphanov's help, but we can't afford to wait for him. Let's split up and look for clues. I think this might take an incredibly dark turn. And then they would rather be dead than get our help. The blood stain in the snow appears to be fresh. Judging by the amount, the victim may have been severely wounded. The trail of blood leads southeastwards. The two bodies are already cold.
Blood trail. We found one. They were attacked. No. Why? Why wouldn't they?
Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic. We should have... I should have... We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
What if we're only making it worse?
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold. I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all. I want to understand. So I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
There must have been something we could have done, but what? Should we never have come here? Would they still be alive if we hadn't? Oh, Elvino's resolve may be shaken, but he has not forgotten his duty. We have already caused enough harm here. Let us return to the camp before we cause any more. As for those inside the house, we should send someone to take care of them, someone who isn't us. All we can do now is make our report to Lucia and do everything in our power to prevent further tragedy. So let us linger here no more. Come. I saw the Sin Eater line, which I knew was a mount, but I didn't see any name on it. I was like, there's just a lad running through here. Those awful plant monsters make the most horrific sound. Squelch, squelch, squelch. Big Palace of the Dead mount. I think not. LSA and Alpha No tell me they have finished their preliminary search for survivors, but refrain from saying much more than that. Clearly they are reluctant to provide details. May I ask for your account?
Thank you for your report. We shall inform the troops of these developments, and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Populares, Maxima identified. They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it.
Nerva should have been... Nerva is cousin, I believe we stated. Cousin to Emperor Varus, which means Emperor Solus Galvus' second son's son.
Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's Third Legion clashed with the First, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Which means they wanted Xenos for the throne.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
It brings to mind events at the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Xenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced.
Oh, I cannot wait to meet Titus, please.
While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the Third Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvus is murdered. And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, the First Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory. And that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
The Brutus family.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the Third Legion's coffers, but the First as well.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the First Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, All had connections to House Brutus.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varys giving them orders in their dreams. May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
This sounds awfully familiar.
We have something to show you all.
Varys spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence. A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends, I must speak with you. A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
A little blue-haired
I think we
twink.
do.
Who do we have here?
Garleans? Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
I am Lucia Junius, a Temple Knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Iulus Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
I'm glad he's not Nerva, and I am glad he's not Titus. I didn't think he would be, but he is like, he was very prominent in the trailers, and I was sweating.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours.
What?
If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the two of us and...
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face, how their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
I'm going with you.
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
Couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
Yo, how do I get that little Garlean outfit, though? I would very much like to have that in my possession. Ooh, the cute little fuzzy boots. There's so many people to talk to all the time. I worry that they were not in the best state of mind to volunteer for this undertaking, but what's done is done, and I know you will take good care of them, and yourself as well, I trust. They are resilient in the face of hardship, you as well, but good intentions and stubborn determination will not be enough to bring our mission to a successful conclusion. Be on your guard. Julius Pierre Norbanus. It is unusual for one so young to achieve such a high rank. Very unusual. His uniform identifies him as a member of the First Legion, which has a particularly fierce reputation. Whoever his superior may be, I advise you to approach them with caution. Pure? I can find out what rank that is, because I was curious too. Is it in the first book? It probably is. And I turned right to the page. Okay. Oh, Pure is incredibly high. So Zos is the Emperor. Yay is for like someone like Xenos. So Gaius von Belsart, that's the highest military rank you can achieve. He is one of the marshals. Toll, which is Nero, leader of the Legion, Tribunus, second in command to a legatus. Sauce, which was Julius. Rem. Co, and then Pure. Pure is used for 3 different ones. They either... Pure... A veteran soldier, assigned to assist a centurion. No. A watch commander responsible for maintaining communication between officers and soldiers, and... Or a commander of a small unit of infantry numbering 10 soldiers. And he's incredibly high ranks for being so little. I turned right to the Garlean page. Ugh. You will be received as invited guests, and so I urge you to observe proper social etiquette and conduct yourselves accordingly. Your safe return takes precedence above all else. Remember this. Thangrid, in particular, will be worried sick if you are gone too long. May the Fury watch over and keep you. Are you and the children ready? I will explain the route once we are outside your camp. If anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge it as an act of hostility. We will not hesitate to take appropriate measures. I would expect nothing less. You have our full cooperation. want to see where this goes. I'm very intrigued now. Where do you think the headquarters are? I assume there are a few others besides him and his commander he mentioned. We will do only as instructed. After all, that is what we've been striving for ever since we arrived. Alright, this is far enough, but listen carefully. We head over that hill and follow the road until we reach the liminal station 4. Children in the lead, I want you where I can see you. We do have names, you know. I'm Alice, and he's Alphino. And last but not least, there's a Kali. A Kali? Where have I heard that before? No matter. Alphino and Alice will watch the road ahead while we bring up the rear. I wasn't lying about there being many dangers, so you're to run, not saunter. Run towards the station. If you even think about going for your weapon, the deal's off. Should any creatures bar the way, we go around them. Once you've chosen to depart, Julius will accompany you. Alphino and Alice will begin moving towards the destination. Make your way to the liminal station 4 without falling behind. If you leave Julius behind for any reason, or lose sight of Alphino or Alice, you may try again. Ready to make a dash for the station? Yes. If I draw my weapon, do we lose? Oh, okay. Oh, Elbland Bear? So, you motherfuckers. So, Elbon in Russian. Now, I don't know this myself because I don't know any Russian. I saw it, and I will trust the words of people on the internet. But Elbon is a Russian word that means idiot. So those are idiot bears. I think that's neat. My shoe bill. Light post, idiot. That's it. This is it. The first stop, that is. Good. It looks like your friends knew better than to follow us. Are these your headquarters? No, we're stopping here so I can check for pursuers. Since it appears you've kept to your side of the bargain, we can carry on. North of the station is Regaro Demorium, and one of the main residential areas, or at least was. The afflicted roam the streets in packs. They'll tear us to shreds if given a chance. Keep close, no wandering off. Understood? Hold on. New boots. Oh, hell yeah. Look at these cute little booties. Julius knows only too well what dangers lurk around every corner. From here, we'll be heading northeast, keeping to the left of the railway. While the route itself is straightforward, getting past the hordes unseen is anything but. Keep your weapons at the ready. But they would attack their own countrymen. Aye, they spare their own but slaughter the rest without hesitation. They will try to avoid detection. The chances of sneaking by completely unnoticed are slim at best. I will lead the way, but in the event we are unseen, you're to fight them off. Those two will follow us, provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons. While I doubt they would be foolish enough to stab their guide in the back, I will not take that chance. That said, let us proceed. So who are we gonna meet? Nerva? Nerva or Titus? I'm very curious. I'm probably gonna say Nerva, and I think Titus is in hiding. Not that there's many places to hide these days. Oh, I've passed. I was too busy thunking. Of course. See what your comrades chose you. Julius, our contingent has a cure for the afflicted, or tempered, as we call them. Your people would need to be taken into custody, that we may administer the treatment, but they would eventually regain their sanity. Is that so? For all I know of, your treatment would simply force them to forsake one master for another. As far as I and my legion are concerned, they are no longer our people. They're beyond saving. Those who fought differently and tried to reason with them were butchered for their bleeding hearts. Come, we have to keep moving. Looks like we're not being followed. We'll continue onward. I meant what I said. These people deserve only death. I stayed my hand before only out of desire to remain undiscovered, and that is still the higher priority. We should continue to avoid unnecessary confrontations. Keep following the railway. Sounds a bit like Midgar's music from Final Fantasy VII. Which makes sense. Oh, I was so distracted by the city. I keep walking past where I keep meaning to go. I just really wanted to look. What up? Oh dear. No wonder he puts his countrymen down. We got some Eldritch horror shit happening here. Look at what they've become. Would you stand there and claim that they can be cured? Those exposed to vast quantity of primal aether may suffer severe corruption. Even with treatment, such victims are beyond salvation. Then you admit it. Now that we have seen these monstrosities for yourself, perhaps you'll think twice before speaking of a cure. No, I hate this fucking thing. Not better, but I will take the whale over that little ship. We're almost there. You kept your side of the agreement, so I will keep mine. This way. This is Tertarium, one of Garlemald's largest stations. It now serves as our headquarters. I've already sent the twins ahead. I will be with you soon, so wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. Is there a fucking thing I could touch in here? Oh no, I missed my chance. No, it has to be... I bet the tunnel goes pretty deep underneath, actually. I actually haven't missed anything. It's plain to see why they chose this as their base of operations. They could have done a lot worse. Even so, I imagine it's not the easiest place to live. Indeed, and if Julius was willing to make the perilous journey to Camp Broken Glass in search of food, their own supplies must be all but exhausted. They may be shielded from the wind and the snow, but it's still so bitterly cold. Much like Victor's spoils, it must be a constant struggle to keep their people warm. Lower your voices. While you may be here as my guests, the others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander is in the locomotive over there. Hoo, hoo. I'm so excited. I have to know. First I have to touch this rock. Oh, I can't wait to know. I'm so excited. I have so many theories. Oh, what? Oh. Imposing command. Get your porksy out of my face. Oh, you do not look... So everyone thought this was Nero, because you could only see the back of him. Everyone thought it was Nero in the trailer. This is not Nero. Dark-skinned. He's got Emmett's nose there, so I'm going to assume this is Titus. No, it would have to be Nerva. Nerva's the same age as Varys. Titus would be much older
These
now.
are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir.
I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Vankina, Legatus of the First Legion.
It was none of them! Damn. Quintus then was loyal to Varys. Like Varys's #1 legatus after that other dude died. Regulus von Hydra.
The first? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable. Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. 'Twas only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varys understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. And after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald? Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage? that our ideals and virtues differ, that we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not. Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope. It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter. You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you if you cooperate.
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition. Collar them.
Oh.
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock. Stop. Keep away from that one. The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed.
Hell yeah. No collar for me. That's not the kind of relationship we have, old man.
Even if she allowed herself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If she refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for?
Is this not what we said to Elizabeth? They're both really good. I think I'll save this one on Casa. Because even the most bitter adversary may one day see reason. Oh.
You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be. You will be their warden. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
I did a level. this is probably where I will leave Akali for today. But thank you so much for being here. I will be back tomorrow at 6 p.m. EST with more Final Fantasy XIV. And I will also be streaming on, so my plan for the rest of the week, and I will go over this again, is I will actually stream on Monday at 6 p.m., but I will not be doing the morning streams of Spiritfarer. There's simply too much to do, and these are very long, lengthy streams. So it'll be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, up until we get to the end. It will be all Final Fantasy XIV. No morning, no afternoon streams at 2 p.m. EST, simply so that I have much to do when it comes to this game. So thank you so much for being here. I hope you all have a very lovely evening, and I will see you soon. Goodbye.